Hey guys, tonight we begin with a civilization that refused to explain itself. 4,000 years ago, in the fertile valleys of what are now Pakistan and northwestern India, a society of perhaps 5 million people built cities more orderly than anything Europe would see for another 2 millennia. They invented urban sanitation. They standardized weights and measures across a territory spanning over 1 million square kilometers. They traded with Mesopotamia, crafted exquisite jewelry, and developed a writing system that covered thousands of seals with mysterious symbols. And then, slowly, quietly, without apparent violence or catastrophe, they simply stopped. The great cities emptied, the standardized bricks were no longer made. The seals fell silent. And when archaeologists finally discovered their ruins in the 1920s, they found everything except an explanation. The Indus Valley did not fall the way empires are supposed to fall. There were no invading armies sacking the gates, no final battle, no dramatic last stand recorded for posterity. There are no royal proclamations lamenting defeat, no temples burned in conquest, no mass graves of warriors who died defending their homes. Instead, this civilization, one of the most sophisticated the ancient world had ever produced, simply grew quieter, grew smaller, and eventually seemed to walk away from its own grandeur. The mystery is not what destroyed them. The mystery is why they let it go, and whether collapse is even the right word for what happened when a people chose or were forced to become simpler. We are accustomed to civilizational narratives that follow a predictable arc: rise, flourishing, decadence, and dramatic fall. The Romans had their barbarian invasions, the Egyptians their conquests, the Mayans their droughts and wars. But the Indus Valley offers us something different, a story of gradual transformation, of cities slowly emptying, of trade networks quietly fraying, of a people dispersing eastward and southward across generations without anyone recording an emergency. The bricks remained in their perfect ratios, the drains still aligned. But the people who had built them, who had bathed in their great public tanks and traded their carnelian beads across the ancient world, were gone. They left behind their seals covered in symbols we cannot read, their standardized weights that still balance perfectly, and a silence that has lasted 4,000 years. Tonight, we will walk through that silence together. We will explore what the archaeologists have found and what they have failed to find. We will consider the theories, climate change, river shifts, social transformation, and acknowledge what we do not and cannot know. And perhaps, in the quiet contemplation of this ancient mystery, we will find a strange kind of peace. Not every story needs a clear ending. Not every question needs an answer. Sometimes the most profound response to mystery is simply to sit with it, to let it wash over us like the rivers that once made this civilization possible, and to drift gently into sleep. The forgotten giants. The Indus Valley Civilization was, by almost any measure, one of the most remarkable achievements of the ancient world. At its height, between roughly 2,600 and 1,900 BCE, it encompassed an area larger than either ancient Egypt or Mesopotamia, over 1 million square kilometers stretching from the mountains of Afghanistan to the coasts of Gujarat, from the plains of Punjab to the edges of the Gangetic Plain. Within this vast territory, archaeologists have identified more than 1,500 sites, of which at least 5 were major urban centres: Harappa in the Punjab, Mohenjo-daro in Sindh, Dholavira in Gujarat, Ganveriwala in the Kholistan Desert, and Rakhigarhi in Haryana. The largest of these cities may have housed between 30 and 60,000 people, making them comparable in size to the great cities of Mesopotamia and Egypt. And yet, for all its scope and sophistication, the Indus Valley Civilization remained virtually unknown to the modern world until the 1920s. While school children learned about the pyramids of Giza and the ziggurats of Ur, while the treasures of Tutankhamun captured global attention and the Code of Hammurabi entered the canon of legal history, the cities of the Indus lay buried beneath the soil of the Punjab and Sindh, their existence forgotten even by the peoples who lived above them. Part of this obscurity was simply geography and colonial politics. The sites lay in British India, and British archaeologists were slower to excavate them than their counterparts in Egypt and Mesopotamia. Part of it was the civilization's own peculiar character. It left no pyramids, no colossal statues, no temples reaching toward the sky. Its grandeur was of a different kind, expressed in urban planning and sanitation rather than monumental self-glorification. The rediscovery of the Indus Valley changed our understanding of ancient history, but it did not change our habits of imagination. The pyramids still dominate popular consciousness. The pharaohs still capture our attention. The Indus Valley remains, in many ways, the forgotten giant of the ancient world, a civilization that achieved remarkable things and then, somehow, slipped away into the silence of 4 millennia. Perhaps there is something fitting in this. The Indus people seem to have had little interest in proclaiming their own importance. They built no monuments to kings, carved no boastful inscriptions celebrating conquests. They simply built their cities, conducted their trade, and lived their lives with a quiet competence that speaks across the centuries. If they have been forgotten, perhaps they would not have minded. They had other priorities, the discovery that changed nothing. The story of the Indus Valley's rediscovery is, in its own way, a small tragedy of colonial archaeology. The first modern European to notice the ruins of Harappa was Charles Masson, a deserter from the East India Company's army, who passed through the site in 1829 and noted its ruined brick castle and scattered artifacts. But Masson, versed in the classical tradition, assumed the ruins must date to the time of Alexander the Great, a reasonable guess for a man who knew nothing of Bronze Age South Asia, but a guess that placed Harappa some 2,000 years too late. The real disaster came in the 1850s, when British engineers constructing the railway line between Lahore and Multan discovered that Harappa's ancient bricks made excellent ballast for their tracks. They were, in their defence, building an empire. Whether that empire would last as long as the bricks they were destroying was a question they did not pause to consider. By the time serious archaeological work began at Harappa, the upper levels of the site had been largely stripped away, their 4,000-year-old bricks crushed beneath the wheels of colonial progress. Nearly 100 miles of railway track were laid on the ruins of a civilization that the engineers did not know existed. It was not until the 1920s that the true significance of the sites began to emerge. John Marshall, the Director General of the Archaeological Survey of India, dispatched teams to excavate both Harappa and Mohenjo-daro, a newly discovered site some 570 kilometers to the south. What they found astonished them. Not the expected Buddhist monasteries or medieval ruins, but something far older and far stranger. The bricks were standardized in ratios of 1, 2, 4, consistent across hundreds of miles. The streets were laid out in grids. The drainage systems were more sophisticated than anything medieval Europe would produce, and covering thousands of small seals were symbols in a script that no one could read. On the 20th of September, 1924, Marshall published his findings in the Illustrated London News under the headline, "A Forgotten Age Revealed." The announcement was met with interest, even excitement. But somehow, the Indus Valley never quite captured the popular imagination the way Egypt and Mesopotamia had. The civilization had been rediscovered, but it remained in the shadows. Perhaps this was because the Indus Valley refused to conform to expectations. Where Egypt offered pharaohs and pyramids, dramatic tombs and golden treasures, the Indus offered urban planning and standardized weights. Where Mesopotamia provided kings and conquests, legal codes and epic poetry, the Indus provided drainage systems and enigmatic seals. The civilization was impressive, undeniably, but it was impressive in ways that did not make for dramatic museum exhibits or romantic narratives. It was the achievement of a practical people who valued order over spectacle, sanitation over self-aggrandizement. And so, even after its rediscovery, the Indus Valley remained somewhat overlooked, a civilization that had changed the world's understanding of ancient South Asia but had not, somehow, changed its imagination, the cities of remarkable order. Walk through the ruins of Mohenjo-daro today, and you will find yourself in streets that still run straight after 4,000 years. The bricks beneath your feet were fired to standardized dimensions. For every unit of thickness, 2 units of width, 4 units of length. This ratio 1, 2, 4 appears not just in Mohenjo-daro but in Harappa, 500 kilometers to the north, and in Lothal, 1,000 kilometers to the southeast, and in dozens of sites scattered across the vast Indus territory. Someone, somehow, had ensured that bricks made in different cities, perhaps by different craftspeople, would be functionally interchangeable. The implications of this standardization are staggering. It suggests coordination across distances that would have taken weeks to traverse. It suggests shared values and shared methods that transcended local variation. It suggests, in short, something very like a civilization. The urban planning of the Indus cities was no less remarkable than their standardized bricks. The streets of Mohenjo-daro were laid out in a grid pattern, with major thoroughfares running roughly north-south and east-west, intersected by smaller lanes at regular intervals. Houses were built of the standardized fired bricks, with thick walls that would have provided insulation against both heat and cold. Many homes had their own wells, their own bathing areas, and their own connections to the city's drainage system, a network of covered channels that ran beneath the streets, collecting wastewater from individual houses and carrying it away from the inhabited areas. This was urban sanitation of a sophistication that Europe would not match until the 19th century. The people of Mohenjo-daro could bathe in private, dispose of their waste hygienically, and draw clean water from wells, 4,000 years before the germ theory of disease would explain why such practices mattered. But perhaps the most famous structure in Mohenjo-daro was the Great Bath, a tank measuring roughly 12 meters by 7 meters, with a maximum depth of about 2.5 meters. Waterproofed with bitumen and surrounded by a colonnade of brick pillars, archaeologists have debated its purpose for decades. Was it a public swimming pool, a reservoir, a site for ritual bathing? Most scholars now believe it served some ceremonial or religious function, given the care taken in its construction and its prominent location on the city's citadel mound. Water, clearly, held special significance for the Indus people. They built their cities near rivers, developed sophisticated systems for managing drainage and waste, and constructed public facilities for bathing on a scale that suggests collective ritual rather than mere hygiene. The order visible in the Indus cities speaks to values that we can only partially infer. Cleanliness, clearly, mattered. So did predictability, regularity, coordination. The streets were straight because someone wanted them straight. The bricks were standardized because someone ensured they would be. The drains were covered because someone understood that exposed sewage was undesirable. This was not the organic, haphazard growth of a medieval European city, where streets followed the paths of cattle and buildings rose wherever their owners pleased. This was planned urbanism, deliberate and systematic, expressing a vision of how cities should be organized and how people should live within them. And yet, remarkably, this urban order seems to have been achieved without the usual apparatus of ancient authority. There are no palaces in the Indus cities. There are no monuments to kings. There is, in fact, no clear evidence of kings at all. The missing king. Every Bronze Age civilization we know had rulers, and most of those rulers made certain we would remember them. The pharaohs of Egypt built pyramids to house their eternal remains and temples to proclaim their divine authority. The kings of Mesopotamia inscribed their names on cylinders and stelae, recording their conquests and their laws. The rulers of China were buried with terracotta armies. Everywhere we look in the ancient world, we find the unmistakable signature of centralized power. Palaces where kings held court, temples where they communed with the gods, tombs where they were laid to rest, with treasures befitting their status. Everywhere, that is, except the Indus Valley. In all the excavations conducted at Harappa, Mohenjo-daro, and dozens of other Indus sites, archaeologists have never found a palace. They have found large buildings, certainly granaries and warehouses, and what appear to be administrative structures, but nothing that resembles the royal residences of Egypt or Mesopotamia. They have found no royal tombs, no treasure-filled burial chambers, no evidence that any individual was interred with the kind of wealth and ceremony that characterized elite burials elsewhere in the Bronze Age world. They have found no monumental statues of rulers, no inscriptions celebrating royal achievements, no iconography of divine kingship. The Indus Valley Civilization, alone among its contemporaries, seems to have managed without obvious kings. The single most famous sculpture from Mohenjo-daro, a small steatite figure of a bearded man wearing a robe with a trefoil pattern has been nicknamed the Priest King by archaeologists, but this name reflects our assumptions more than our evidence. We call him a Priest King because we expect Bronze Age societies to have priests and kings, and because this figure seems to possess a certain dignity and authority. But we have no actual evidence that he was either a priest or a king. He might have been a merchant, a craftsman, a religious specialist of some kind, or something we cannot even name. The trefoil robe might indicate status or profession or religious affiliation, or simply personal taste. We do not know, and the figure himself, with his narrow eyes and carefully trimmed beard, offers no explanation. This absence of obvious rulers has generated considerable scholarly debate. Some archaeologists have proposed that the Indus Valley was governed by a council of merchants or a class of priests, rather than by individual kings. Others have suggested that power was distributed across multiple urban centres with no single ruler claiming authority over the entire civilization. Still others have argued that we simply have not found the palaces and royal tombs yet, that they may lie beneath later construction or in unexcavated portions of the major sites. The truth is that we do not know how the Indus Valley was governed. We can see the results of whatever system they employed, the standardized bricks, the coordinated urban planning, the consistent weights and measures, but we cannot identify the mechanisms that produced this coordination. The Indus people left us their cities but not their constitution, their seals but not their political theory. They managed, somehow, to create and maintain one of the most sophisticated civilizations of the ancient world, and they did so without leaving us any clear indication of who was in charge. The script that will not speak. Of all the mysteries surrounding the Indus Valley Civilization, none is more tantalizing than its undeciphered script. Archaeologists have recovered approximately 5,000 inscriptions, most of them carved on small stamp seals made of steatite, but also incised on pottery, bronze tools, copper plates, and other objects. The inscriptions are brief, the average length is only about 5 symbols, and the longest known inscription contains just 34 characters. They were written, scholars believe, from right to left, though some inscriptions may have been boustrophedan, alternating direction with each line. The script contains somewhere between 400 and 700 distinct signs, depending on how one counts variants and ligatures, suggesting a logosyllabic system, one in which some signs represent whole words and others represent syllables rather than an alphabet. More than a century of scholarly effort has failed to decipher this script. The obstacles are formidable. The inscriptions are too short to provide the kind of contextual information that aids decipherment. There is no bilingual text, no Indus Valley equivalent of the Rosetta Stone, that might allow scholars to correlate the unknown signs with a known language. We do not know what language or languages were spoken by the Indus people, so we cannot make educated guesses about how their words might have sounded. The seals themselves seem to have served primarily administrative or commercial functions, perhaps identifying the owner or certifying the contents of goods, which means the inscriptions may have been names, titles, or brief formulaic phrases rather than connected prose. We cannot even be certain that the script recorded a spoken language at all. Some scholars have proposed that it may have been a system of non-linguistic symbols, like merchants' marks or accounting tokens. The inability to read the Indus script means that we cannot hear the voices of the people who created this civilization. We can walk through their streets, handle their artifacts, marvel at their urban planning, but we cannot know what they called themselves, what stories they told, what beliefs they held, what names they gave their children. The seals show us images: a unicorn with a single horn, possibly a stylized bull shown in profile, elephants, water buffalo, figures in seated positions that might represent meditation or might represent something else entirely, but we cannot know what these images meant to the people who made them. The symbols arrange themselves in patterns that seem deliberate, that suggest syntax and meaning, but the meaning remains locked away. The Indus Valley Civilization left us everything except an explanation of itself. There is something strangely peaceful about this silence. We are accustomed, in our information-saturated age, to having access to everything, to demanding explanations and receiving them. The Indus script reminds us that some things remain beyond our reach, that the past does not always yield its secrets, that mystery can endure for millennia. The seals sit in museum cases around the world, their symbols as crisp and clear as the day they were carved, and they keep their counsel. Perhaps they contain names of merchants and records of transactions. Perhaps they contain prayers and invocations. Perhaps they contain something we cannot even imagine. Whatever they say it to no one, or to everyone, in a language we have forgotten how to understand. And perhaps that is all right. Perhaps we do not need to understand everything. Perhaps some silences are meant to be respected rather than broken. The river's bargain. Every great river civilization makes a bargain with water. The Egyptians built their world along the Nile, dependent on its annual floods to replenish the soil with fertile silt. The Mesopotamians dug canals to channel the Tigris and Euphrates, knowing that the rivers could bless them with abundance or curse them with devastating floods. The Chinese learned to manage the Yellow River, the river of sorrow, whose unpredictable course brought both life and destruction. The Indus people made their own bargain, and for centuries it seemed to serve them well. But rivers are not constant, and the bargain that created a civilization may in time dissolve it. The Indus Valley Civilization flourished in two primary river systems, the Indus itself, flowing through what is now Pakistan, and the Ganga-Hakra, a system of rivers that once flowed through northwestern India. The Ganga-Hakra is particularly significant because many scholars believe it may have been the ancient Sarasvati, a river praised in the earliest Indian religious texts as a mighty stream flowing from the mountains to the sea. Today, the Ganga-Hakra is a seasonal trickle, a ghost of its former self, dry for most of the year and carrying water only during the monsoon. But in the 3rd millennium BCE, it may have been a major river system, fed by perennial streams and supporting hundreds of settlements along its banks. The relationship between the Indus people and their rivers was intimate and essential. The rivers provided water for drinking, for irrigation, for bathing in the great public tanks that seem to have held such importance for the civilization. The annual monsoons filled the rivers and deposited fertile sediment on the floodplains, allowing agriculture to flourish without the need for complex irrigation systems. The rivers served as highways for trade, connecting cities separated by hundreds of kilometers and linking the inland settlements to the ports on the Arabian Sea. When the rivers flowed full and reliable, the civilization prospered. When they did not, everything changed. Paleoclimate research suggests that the climate of the Indus Valley region began to shift around 2000 BCE, with weakening monsoons leading to reduced river flows and increasing aridity. Recent studies using climate simulations have identified successive periods of severe drought, each lasting longer than 85 years, which would have placed enormous stress on the agricultural systems that supported the urban centres. The Ganga-Hakra system seems to have been particularly affected, transforming from a network of perennial rivers into the seasonal streams we see today. Settlements that had relied on reliable water supplies found themselves with less and less to rely on. The bargain with the rivers was being renegotiated, and the new terms were not favourable. This is not to say that climate change alone caused the decline of the Indus Valley Civilization. Human societies are resilient, and the Indus people had centuries of experience adapting to their environment. But climate change may have been the initial stress that set other processes in motion: migration away from drying regions, abandonment of cities that could no longer be supplied, breakdown of the trade networks that had connected the civilization across vast distances. The rivers that had made the civilization possible withdrew their support, slowly and without drama, and the civilization that had depended on them withdrew as well. It was not a catastrophe, it was a gradual renegotiation of possibilities, a slow recognition that what had been could no longer continue to be. The rivers moved on, and eventually, so did the people who had built their world beside them. The long afternoon. Imagine, for a moment, what it might have been like to live in Mohenjo-daro at the height of the mature Harappan period, around 2300 BCE. The city stretches around you, its streets laid out in orderly grids, its houses rising 2 or 3 stories in fired brick. The morning sun catches the water in the great bath, where perhaps you have just completed some ritual ablution, emerging clean and prepared for the day. In the market areas, merchants display goods that have travelled from the farthest reaches of the known world. carnelian beads from Gujarat, lapis lazuli from Afghanistan, copper from Rajasthan and Oman, gold from sources we cannot identify with certainty. The familiar unicorn seals certify transactions, their symbols pressed into clay, while the strings of script above them record information we can only guess at. This was a civilization that seemed to have solved the problem of urban complexity. The standardization that is so remarkable to archaeologists would have been, to the residents of Mohenjo-daro, simply the way things were done. Of course, bricks came in the proper ratios. Of course, weights followed the established system, the binary progression that allowed precise measurement of goods for trade. Of course, the drains were covered and the streets were straight and the water flowed where it was supposed to flow. This was how a city worked. This was how civilization worked. The possibility that it might not always work this way, that the orderly streets might one day fall silent and the drains fill with silt, would have seemed as remote as it would seem to a resident of any thriving city in any era. The trade networks that connected the Indus Valley to the wider Bronze Age world were extensive and sophisticated. Indus seals have been found in Mesopotamia, evidence of commercial contact between the two civilizations. The port of Lothal, on the coast of Gujarat, possessed what may have been the world's earliest known dockyard, a massive basin measuring approximately 218 metres by 37 metres, designed to allow ships to load and unload their cargo. Carnelian beads crafted in the Indus workshops were prized in Ur and other Mesopotamian cities. The long barrel cylinder beads, made through a laborious process of heating and drilling, were markers of status and wealth throughout the ancient Near East. In return for these exports, the Indus merchants received goods we can only partially identify, perhaps tin, perhaps textiles, perhaps things that have left no archaeological trace. For 700 years this system functioned. 700 years of orderly cities and standardized bricks, of covered drains and ritual baths, of seals pressed into clay and goods flowing across continents. 700 years is a very long time. It is longer than the United States has existed, longer than the interval between the Renaissance and today, longer than most modern institutions have endured. To the people who lived through it, the mature Harappan period must have seemed permanent, the natural order of things, the way the world was and would always be. They could not have known that they were living through a long afternoon, that the shadows were beginning to lengthen, that the evening would eventually come. No civilization knows when its afternoon is beginning to fade. By the time such knowledge becomes possible, the evening has usually already arrived. Trade and the distant customer. The carnelian bead in a Mesopotamian merchant's hand had travelled far. It had begun as rough stone in the workshops of Gujarat, perhaps at Lothal or one of the smaller coastal settlements. There, craftsmen had selected the stone, heated it to enhance its colour, and laboriously drilled through its length using techniques that would not be improved upon for millennia. The drilling alone might have taken days, working with stone or bronze bits and abrasive sand, creating those long, narrow bores that made the finished beads so distinctive. The completed bead had then travelled by cart, by boat, by the hands of traders and intermediaries across the distances that separated the Indus Valley from the cities of Sumer. What the Mesopotamian merchant knew of the land where this bead originated, we cannot say. The Sumerians called it Meluha, a name that appears in their texts in connection with exotic goods, carnelian, lapis lazuli, gold, ivory, various types of wood. They knew that Meluha lay to the east, across the sea, and that it was a source of desirable commodities. They may have known more the names of Indus ports, something of Indus customs, perhaps even a few words of whatever language the Indus traders spoke. But if so, they did not record this knowledge in ways that have survived. The Indus Valley, for all its contact with Mesopotamia, remains silent in the Mesopotamian archives, a trading partner whose voice we cannot hear. The trade between the Indus Valley and Mesopotamia was not merely commercial. It was one of the threads connecting the ancient world into something like a coherent system. The Bronze Age was a time of networks, of goods and ideas flowing between civilizations that had learned to value what their neighbours could provide. Tin, from Afghanistan, went to forge bronze in Mesopotamia. Lapis lazuli from Central Asia adorned the tombs of Egyptian pharaohs. Carnelian from Gujarat sparkled in the treasuries of Ur. Through trade, these distant civilizations became aware of each other, dependent on each other, shaped by each other in ways that archaeology has only begun to trace. The Indus Valley was not an isolated world, but part of a larger web of connections spanning thousands of kilometers. When that web began to fray, the effects would have rippled outward. Mesopotamian texts from around 1900 BCE ceased to mention Meluha, suggesting that the trade connection had been disrupted or abandoned. Whether this was because the Indus cities were declining, because the sea routes had become unsafe, because the intermediaries who facilitated the trade had disappeared, or because Mesopotamia itself was experiencing upheavals, we cannot know for certain. But the cessation of trade was both a symptom and a cause of the changes overtaking the Indus Valley. Cities that had flourished on the profits of long-distance commerce found those profits dwindling. Craftsmen who had made carnelian beads for export found their markets contracting. The connections that had linked the Indus Valley to the wider Bronze Age world were coming undone, and with them something of the civilization itself, the crafts that spoke for them. In the absence of readable texts, the objects left behind by the Indus people become our primary witnesses to their lives and values. And what remarkable witnesses they are. The bronze dancing girl of Mohenjo-daro, just 4 inches tall, stands with her hand on her hip and her head tilted slightly, wearing nothing but bangles up to her shoulder. She is confident, perhaps insolent, entirely comfortable in her own skin. The craftsman who made her around 2500 BCE used the lost wax casting method, building a model in wax, encasing it in clay, melting the wax away, and pouring molten bronze into the cavity left behind. The technique was sophisticated, the result transcendent. She is not beautiful in any conventional sense, but she is undeniably alive, a presence that has survived 4,000 years. The terracotta figurines found at Indus sites number in the thousands small sculptures of animals, humans, carts, toys. Many show women heavily adorned with jewellery, their elaborate headdresses and necklaces suggesting either fashion or ritual significance. Bulls appear frequently, as do the mysterious unicorns that dominate the seals, single-horned creatures that may represent a stylized bull in profile or something entirely different. There are dogs and birds and elephants, mundane creatures rendered with care and affection. There are carts with solid wheels, pulled by oxen, representing the vehicles that would have moved goods along the roads connecting Indus cities. These are not great works of art in the monumental sense, but they are intimate, personal, human. They are the toys of children, the devotional objects of households, the small comforts of daily life. The seals themselves are masterpieces of miniature carving. Most measure between 2 and 3 centimeters on each side, yet their images are rendered with extraordinary precision and detail. The unicorn appears on nearly 60% of all seals, always in the same general format. The animal in profile, facing right, with a feeding trough or incense burner before it, and a line of script above. Other animals appear less frequently but no less carefully. Elephants with their trunks raised, water buffalo with their distinctive curved horns, rhinoceroses, tigers, composite creatures that seem to combine features of different animals. Human figures appear occasionally, sometimes in what may be religious or ritualistic poses, a seated figure surrounded by animals, for instance, which some scholars have compared to later Hindu depictions of Shiva as lord of beasts. The crafts of the Indus Valley speak of values we can only partially infer. The emphasis on personal adornment, the bangles, the beads, the elaborate hairstyles visible in the figurines, suggest that appearance mattered, that there were ways of presenting oneself that carried meaning. The care lavished on the seals suggests that identity and authentication were important, that commerce required trust and trust required identification. The skill evident in metallurgy, in bead making, in ceramic production, speaks of specialized craft traditions passed down through generations, of artisans who took pride in their work and communities that valued their products. In the absence of written testimony, these objects testify. They tell us that the people of the Indus Valley were skilled, creative, attentive to beauty and function alike. They do not tell us everything, but they tell us enough to know that these were people worth remembering. The weight of standardization, Among the most remarkable discoveries from the Indus Valley are the cubical stone weights found at nearly every excavated site. Made primarily from chert, a hard sedimentary stone, these weights follow a precise binary system. The smallest weighs about 0.86 grams, and each subsequent weight in the series doubles 1.72, 3.44, 6.88, and so on, up to weights of several hundred grams. The most common weight, found in large numbers at multiple sites, weighs approximately 13.7 grams, which appears to have served as the standard unit. The precision of these weights is extraordinary. Even after 4,000 years, specimens from sites separated by hundreds of kilometers remain consistent within acceptable margins of error. The implications of this standardization are profound. It suggests that the Indus Valley operated as something like a single economic zone, with common standards that allowed goods to be weighed and valued consistently across the entire civilization. A merchant in Mohenjo-daro and a merchant in Lothal, though separated by 1,000 kilometers, could use the same weights and expect the same results. This uniformity did not happen by accident. Someone, somehow, ensured that weights made in different places would conform to the same standards, that the binary system would be maintained, that the 13.7 gram unit would remain the baseline, that commerce could proceed on a foundation of mutual confidence. The standardized bricks tell a similar story. The 1:4 ratio appears not just in the major cities but in smaller settlements throughout the Indus territory. Bricks made in different workshops, in different cities, in different eras of the civilization, all conform to the same proportions. This is not the kind of standardization that emerges naturally from craft tradition. It is too precise, too consistent, too widespread. It suggests deliberate coordination, perhaps enforced through regulation or achieved through training, or maintained through mechanisms we cannot identify. The bricks, like the weights, speak of a civilization that valued consistency and had the means to achieve it. What should we make of this remarkable uniformity? Some scholars have seen it as evidence of strong centralized authority, arguing that only a powerful state could have imposed such standards across such vast distances. Others have suggested that it reflects shared cultural values rather than political coercion, that the Indus people simply agreed on how things should be done and maintained those agreements through custom and consensus. Still others have proposed that the standardization served commercial purposes, facilitating trade by ensuring that goods could be measured and valued consistently wherever they travelled. The truth may involve elements of all these explanations, or none of them. We can see the results of whatever system produced this uniformity, but we cannot see the system itself. There is something both comforting and unsettling in this pervasive standardization. Comforting because it suggests order, reliability, the absence of chaos. Unsettling because it suggests conformity, sameness, perhaps the suppression of individual variation. The Indus Valley was clearly a civilization that valued agreement, that found ways to ensure that things were done consistently across time and space. Whether this was achieved through enlightened coordination or authoritarian control, through shared values or enforced compliance, we cannot say. The bricks keep their ratios, the weights balance perfectly, and the society that created them remains as mysterious as ever. The first cracks. The archaeological record of the Indus Valley after about 1900 BCE tells a story of gradual change, not sudden collapse. At Mohenjo-daro, archaeologists have found evidence that houses were subdivided into smaller units as the city's population patterns shifted. Construction quality declined. The later levels show less careful brickwork, more haphazard building practices. The covered drains that had been such a distinctive feature of Indus urban planning were neglected. Some filled with debris, others were built over without provision for waste removal. The standardization that had characterized the mature Harappan period began to fray at the edges. Similar patterns appear at other sites. At Harappa, the later occupational levels show changes in pottery styles and burial practices, suggesting cultural transformations that went beyond mere economic decline. Long-distance trade declined. The carnelian beads and copper tools that had linked the Indus Valley to distant markets became less common. indicating a contraction of the commercial networks that had sustained the civilization. New sites appeared in the east, along the upper Ganges and its tributaries, while western sites were gradually abandoned. The center of gravity of human settlement in South Asia was shifting. These changes did not happen overnight. The transformation from the mature Harappan period to what archaeologists call the late Harappan or post-urban phase unfolded over centuries, roughly from 1900 BCE to 1300 BCE, according to current estimates. This was not the sudden catastrophe that popular imagination often associates with civilizational collapse. There were no burning cities, no desperate last stands, no dramatic endings. Instead, there was a slow process of deurbanization, decentralization, and cultural transformation. Cities became smaller and less orderly. Trade networks contracted. The uniformity that had characterized the mature Harappan period gave way to regional variation. What caused these changes? The honest answer is that we do not know with certainty. Climate change and the drying of river systems almost certainly played a role. Communities that had depended on reliable water supplies found themselves increasingly stressed as the rivers shrank and the monsoons weakened. Internal social changes may have contributed. Perhaps the systems of coordination that had maintained Harappan uniformity broke down. Or perhaps people simply chose to live differently. External pressures may have mattered. The arrival of new populations from Central Asia, though not accompanied by the dramatic invasions once imagined, may have disrupted existing social arrangements. Most likely, the transformation resulted from multiple factors interacting over time, each reinforcing the others in ways we can trace only imperfectly. The people who lived through these centuries would not have experienced them as collapse. They would have experienced them as change, some of it welcome, perhaps, and some of it difficult. They would have made decisions about where to live, how to earn their livelihoods, whom to marry and trade with and worship alongside. They would have adapted to new circumstances, as humans always do, finding ways to survive and sometimes to thrive even as the world around them transformed. The great cities of the Indus Valley did not end in fire and blood. They ended in the accumulated decisions of thousands of ordinary people, each responding to the circumstances of their own lives, none aware that they were participating in the slow unravelling of a civilization. The climate's verdict. The monsoons that had sustained the Indus Valley began to weaken around 2000 BCE. This is not mere speculation. It is written in the geological record, in the layers of sediment deposited in lakes and oceans, in the growth rings of stalagmites in caves. In the isotopic composition of ancient organic material, paleoclimatologists have constructed detailed records of past precipitation patterns, and those records show a clear trend. The climate of northwestern South Asia became progressively drier over the course of the second millennium BCE. The rains that had filled the rivers and nourished the crops came less frequently and with less intensity. The water that had made the Indus civilization possible was being slowly withdrawn. Recent research has identified specific drought periods that would have placed severe stress on Indus communities. Climate simulations suggest successive major droughts, each lasting longer than 85 years, that would have devastated agricultural systems adapted to more reliable precipitation. The Ghaggar-Hakra river system, which had supported perhaps the majority of Indus settlements, was particularly vulnerable as monsoon-fed streams. These rivers depended on seasonal rainfall to maintain their flows, and as that rainfall diminished, the rivers shrank from perennial streams to seasonal trickles to, eventually, the dry channels we see today. The effects of these changes would have rippled through every aspect of Indus society. Agriculture, the foundation of urban life, became more difficult and less reliable. Communities that had grown up along the Ghaggar-Hakra found their water sources dwindling. Trade routes that had followed the rivers became less viable as the rivers themselves diminished. People who had lived for generations in particular places found those places increasingly inhospitable. The climate was rendering its verdict on the civilization that had flourished in a wetter era, and the verdict was not favourable. But we should be careful not to oversimplify. Climate change created challenges, but it did not determine responses. The people of the Indus Valley had choices about how to adapt to changing conditions. Some may have chosen to stay in their traditional homes, hoping the rains would return. Others may have migrated to areas where water remained more reliable, eastward, toward the Ganges and its tributaries, or southward, toward the coasts of Gujarat. Still others may have changed their ways of living, shifting from settled agriculture to pastoralism, from urban life to village life, from the complexity of the mature Harappan period to the simpler patterns of the late Harappan. The climate set the parameters, but human agency determined the outcomes. And the outcomes, as we have seen, were not catastrophic collapse but gradual transformation, a civilization slowly reshaping itself in response to a world that was slowly changing around it, the eastward drift. If you were to plot the locations of Indus Valley settlements on a map and then watch that map change over time, you would see a gradual eastward drift. In the mature Harappan period, the densest concentrations of sites are in the valleys of the Indus and the Gagahakra, in what is now Pakistan and the western portions of India. By the late Harappan period, this pattern has shifted. The western sites show signs of abandonment or reduced occupation, while new sites appear in the east, along the upper Ganges and Yamuna rivers, in areas that had been peripheral to the core civilization. This eastward migration was not a sudden exodus but a gradual process unfolding over centuries. As the western rivers dried and the climate became more arid, communities that had depended on those water sources moved toward areas where water remained more reliable. The Ganges, unlike the Gagahakra, was fed by Himalayan snowmelt as well as monsoon rainfall, making it less vulnerable to shifts in precipitation patterns. The eastern plains offered fertile soils and adequate water, even as the western heartland became increasingly marginal. People followed the water, as people always have, seeking out the conditions that would allow them to continue their lives. The settlements that appeared in the east during and after the late Harappan period were different from the great cities of the mature Harappan era. They were smaller, less orderly, less standardized. The elaborate drainage systems and grid-patterned streets that had characterized Mohenjo-daro and Harappa did not reappear in the same form. The standardized bricks and weights, though still present, became less uniform. It is as if the migrating populations carried with them certain traditions and techniques, but did not, or could not, reproduce the full complexity of the civilization they had left behind. Whether this was because the institutional structures that had maintained Harappan uniformity no longer functioned, or because the new environments required different adaptations, or because people simply chose to live differently, we cannot say. This eastward drift helps explain why the Indus Valley Civilization disappeared from history for so long. The great cities were abandoned. The smaller settlements that replaced them were less impressive, less concentrated, less likely to attract the attention of later inhabitants or distant archaeologists. The traditions of the Indus people did not vanish entirely. They persisted in craft techniques, in burial practices, in elements of material culture that archaeologists can trace from the late Harappan period into the Iron Age. But the civilization as a coherent entity, with its standardized bricks and weights, its grid-patterned streets and covered drains, its seals and its script had dispersed. The people survived. The civilization in its recognizable form did not. The persistence of the small. When the great cities emptied, the villages remained. This is perhaps the most overlooked aspect of the Indus Valley's transformation, what continued alongside what ended. The late Harappan period was not a void but a transition from urban to rural, from centralized to decentralized, from complex to simple. The people who had once lived in cities now lived in villages, carrying with them traditions that would persist long after the last standardized brick was laid. Archaeological evidence from late Harappan sites shows continuity alongside change. Pottery styles evolved but retained recognizable elements from earlier periods. Burial practices, while shifting, maintained certain traditional features. Craft techniques, particularly in ceramics and metalwork, continued to develop, even as the contexts in which they were practiced changed. The binary weight system, though no longer maintained with mature Harappan precision, remained in use. The people of the late Harappan period were not starting over from nothing. They were adapting traditions inherited from their ancestors to new circumstances and new environments. The village cultures that emerged in the post-urban period were not failures. despite the decline from the grandeur of the mature Harappan cities. They were successful adaptations to changed conditions, ways of living that proved sustainable when urban complexity did not. The farmers who tended their fields along the upper Ganges, the potters who shaped their vessels according to inherited patterns, the metalsmiths who forged their tools with techniques passed down through generations. These were not the remnants of a collapsed civilization, but the carriers of a transformed one. They had what they needed to live, to raise families, to maintain communities. What they had lost was grandeur, complexity, the ability to coordinate across vast distances. What they retained was the ability to survive and, in time, to build anew. This persistence of the small offers a different perspective on what we call collapse. The mature Harappan civilization ended, certainly, in the sense that the great cities were abandoned and the systems that had maintained their uniformity ceased to function, but the people did not vanish. Their descendants continued to live in South Asia, contributing to the cultures and civilizations that would emerge in subsequent centuries. The late Harappan and post-Harappan populations were not foreigners who replaced the original inhabitants, but, for the most part, the same populations adapting to new circumstances. The collapse was real, but it was not total. Life continued, albeit in different forms and at different scales. And perhaps that is the most important thing to understand about the end of the Indus Valley Civilization. It was not an ending so much as a transformation, not a death so much as a change of life. The Aryan question. No discussion of the Indus Valley's decline can avoid addressing the question of the Indo-Aryan migrations, a topic that has generated more heat than light for nearly 2 centuries. The traditional narrative, developed by 19th century European scholars, imagined horse-riding invaders from Central Asia sweeping into South Asia around 1500 BCE, conquering the indigenous populations, destroying the Indus cities, and establishing the foundations of what would become Vedic civilization. This Aryan invasion theory became entangled with racist ideologies, the notion of a superior Aryan race that had spread civilization across Eurasia, and its legacy has made scholarly discussion of the topic unusually fraught. The archaeological evidence does not support the invasion hypothesis, at least not in its dramatic form. There are no burned cities, no mass graves of battle victims, no fortifications desperately reinforced against attackers, no clear evidence of violent conquest. The Indus cities show signs of gradual decline, not sudden destruction. The transition from mature Harappan to late Harappan was a process of transformation, not annihilation. Whatever happened to the Indus Valley Civilization, it was not the result of invading armies sacking the gates. Current scholarly consensus favours a more nuanced picture: gradual migration rather than sudden invasion, cultural interaction rather than simple replacement. Genetic evidence suggests that populations with Central Asian ancestry did arrive in South Asia during the 2nd millennium BCE, mixing with existing populations over time. Linguistic evidence points to the spread of Indo-Aryan languages during this period, eventually displacing or absorbing whatever languages had been spoken in the Indus Valley. Archaeological evidence shows cultural changes consistent with the arrival of new populations and new practices. But these processes unfolded over centuries, not in a single catastrophic event, and they involved complex interactions between newcomers and existing inhabitants. The relationship between the incoming Indo-Aryan populations and the declining Indus Valley civilization remains unclear. By the time significant Indo-Aryan migration occurred, the mature Harappan cities had already been abandoned. The newcomers arrived in a landscape already transformed by centuries of climate change, de-urbanization, and eastward migration. They encountered not the builders of Mohenjo-daro but their descendants, living in smaller settlements with simpler material cultures. What cultural exchanges occurred between these groups? What elements of Indus tradition persisted into the Vedic age and beyond? What the newcomers learned from the people they encountered? These are questions that archaeology and linguistics can address only imperfectly. The Aryan question remains open, not because we lack theories, but because we lack the evidence to confirm any of them definitively. The violence that wasn't The absence of evidence for violent destruction at Indus Valley sites is one of the most striking features of the archaeological record. When Mortimer Wheeler excavated at Mohenjo-daro in the 1940s, he believed he had found evidence of a massacre, groups of skeletons scattered in the streets, apparently cut down by invaders. This interpretation fitted the prevailing Aryan invasion theory and became widely accepted, but subsequent analysis has challenged Wheeler's conclusions. The skeletons date to different periods and show no clear evidence of violent death. They appear to be the result of normal mortality and informal burial rather than mass killing. The massacre at Mohenjo-daro, it seems, never happened. This absence of violence extends beyond the skeletal evidence. The fortifications at Indus sites are modest walls that could have served for flood control or civic demarcation as easily as for defence. There are no weapons caches, no armories, no evidence of the kind of military preparation that characterises societies under threat of attack. The Indus Valley Civilization, alone among the major Bronze Age civilizations, left remarkably little evidence of warfare. This is not to say that the Indus people were entirely peaceful. Violence is a human universal, and some skeletal evidence does show trauma consistent with interpersonal conflict. But large-scale organised warfare, the kind that destroyed cities and toppled empires elsewhere in the ancient world, appears to have been notably absent. What should we make of this absence? One possibility is that the Indus Valley Civilization was, in fact, unusually peaceful, that its systems of governance and social organisation minimised conflict, that its standardisation and coordination reflected shared values rather than imposed authority, that its people had found ways to resolve disputes without resort to arms. Another possibility is that evidence of warfare has simply not survived or has not yet been found, that fortifications were destroyed, weapons were recycled, battle sites have not been excavated. A third possibility is that the Indus Valley's eventual decline was not caused by external enemies but by internal processes, climate change, social breakdown, economic disruption that did not leave the archaeological signatures of violence. The most likely explanation combines elements of all these possibilities. The Indus Valley was not utopia. Violence surely existed at some level. But the civilization does seem to have been organised differently from its contemporaries in Egypt and Mesopotamia, with less emphasis on military power and royal authority. Its decline was not the result of dramatic conquest, but of gradual transformation, a slow process of deurbanization and dispersal that left the great cities empty without leaving them burned. The violence that we might expect to find, the violence that characterized the ends of other ancient civilizations, simply is not there. The Indus Valley did not fall to invaders. It simply, quietly, dispersed. Theories of unravelling. Scholars have proposed numerous theories to explain the decline of the Indus Valley Civilization, and each captures something true while none captures everything. Climate change, as we have seen, almost certainly played a role. The weakening monsoons and drying rivers created environmental stresses that the civilization could not entirely overcome. But climate change alone does not explain why the Indus response was deurbanization rather than adaptation, why the great cities were abandoned rather than reorganized, why the uniformity of the mature Harappan period gave way to the regional variation of the late Harappan. Some scholars have proposed tectonic disruption earthquakes that changed the courses of rivers, flooded cities, or disrupted the trade routes that connected the civilization to the wider Bronze Age world. There is evidence of tectonic activity in the region during the relevant period, and some sites show signs of flooding that could be consistent with earthquake-induced dam bursts or river course changes. But this theory cannot explain the civilization-wide pattern of decline. Earthquakes are local events, and while they might devastate particular cities, they would not account for the transformation of an entire civilization spanning over 1 million square kilometers. Social and political breakdown has also been proposed. Perhaps the systems of coordination that had maintained Harappan uniformity simply ceased to function, overwhelmed by environmental stress, undermined by internal conflicts, or abandoned as people chose to live differently. The absence of obvious rulers makes this theory difficult to evaluate. We cannot trace the decline of royal authority because we cannot identify royal authority in the first place. But something clearly changed in the way Indus society was organized, moving from the coordinated uniformity of the mature Harappan period to the more fragmented patterns of the late Harappan. Disease has been suggested, as has overexploitation of resources, as has simple exhaustion the possibility that the Indus Valley Civilization, like other complex societies before and since, simply ran out of the capacity to maintain its own complexity. Each of these theories addresses some aspect of the evidence, but none addresses all of it. The most likely explanation is that multiple factors interacted over time, each reinforcing the others in ways we can trace only imperfectly. The decline of the Indus Valley was not caused by any single event or process, but by a constellation of factors that, together, made the continuation of urban complexity impossible or undesirable. The people adapted as best they could, and their adaptations took them away from the great cities and the standardized bricks and the covered drains, towards smaller settlements and simpler lives. Whether this was a tragedy or merely a transition depends on how one values complexity itself. What collapse actually looks like. We use the word collapse for the end of civilizations, but the word can be misleading. It suggests suddenness, violence, disaster, the walls tumbling down, the city burning, the survivors fleeing in panic. But the archaeological record of the Indus Valley shows something different. A slow process of transformation unfolding over centuries, with no clear moment when the civilization ended and something else began. The people who lived through these centuries did not experience collapse. They experienced change, sometimes difficult and sometimes welcome, but always gradual enough that individual lifetimes contain more continuity than disruption. This is what collapse actually looks like, more often than not. The Roman Empire did not fall in a day. It declined over centuries, with periods of recovery interspersed with periods of crisis, until the institutions that had defined it ceased to function. The Maya cities of the classic period were not suddenly abandoned. They experienced long processes of decline, with populations dispersing into the surrounding countryside over generations. Collapse, in the historical record, is usually a process rather than an event, a gradual transformation of complex systems into simpler ones, of centralized structures into decentralized ones, of urban concentrations into rural dispersals. The Indus Valley Civilization followed this pattern. The great cities did not fall, they emptied. The standardized systems did not shatter, they frayed. The people did not die, they moved, adapted, continued. Some scholars have suggested that collapse is the wrong word entirely for what happened, that we should speak instead of transformation or simplification or deurbanization. These terms have the virtue of accuracy, but they lack the emotional weight that collapse carries. There is something melancholy about the emptying of cities, the abandonment of complexity, the long, slow decline from grandeur to simplicity. Even if the people themselves survived and even prospered, something was lost: the ability to coordinate across vast distances, to maintain shared standards, to build on the scale of Mohenjo-daro and Harappa. Whether what was lost is properly called a civilization, or whether civilization is simply too grand a word for what was, in the end, just one way of organizing human life among many possible ways, that is a question each observer must answer for themselves. Mini-documentary. The Great Bath at Twilight. A meditative interlude. Imagine the Great Bath at Mohenjo-daro in the last light of a winter afternoon, sometime around 2300 BCE. The sun sits low over the western horizon, casting long shadows across the brick platforms that surround the tank. The water, drawn from the city's wells and perhaps collected from seasonal rains, lies still and dark, reflecting the fading sky. Steam rises gently from the surface. The bath may have been heated, or perhaps not. We do not know, and the air carries the smell of bitumen, the waterproofing tar that lines the walls and floor. The tank itself measures roughly 12 meters by 7 meters, with a depth of about 2.5 meters. It is not enormous by modern standards, smaller than many backyard swimming pools, but for its time and place, it represents an extraordinary commitment of resources and labor. The bricks were fired to precise specifications and laid with meticulous care. The bitumen was applied in thick layers, sealing every joint and seam against the intrusion of water into the surrounding earth. The staircases at either end were designed for easy entry and exit, with a ledge at the bottom where bathers could sit in the shallower water. Everything about this structure speaks of deliberate design, of someone's vision of how ritual bathing should be conducted. Who bathed here? We cannot know for certain, but most scholars believe the Great Bath served some ceremonial or religious function. Perhaps priests came here to purify themselves before conducting rituals. Perhaps the entire community gathered at certain times for collective ablutions. Perhaps the bath was reserved for a particular class or profession, a mark of status or initiation. The importance of water in later South Asian religious traditions, the sacred rivers, the temple tanks, the spiritual significance of bathing may have roots in practices like this, 4,000 years old and shrouded in mystery. Imagine, now, a figure descending the northern staircase in the twilight. Perhaps a priest, perhaps a merchant, perhaps someone we cannot name or categorize. The water receives them coolly, the temperature dropping as they move from the shallows to the deeper center of the tank. Around them, the colonnade creates a sense of enclosure, of privacy, of separation from the city's bustle. The sounds of the marketplace are distant here. There is only the gentle lap of water against brick, the soft echo of movement in the columned space. Whatever prayers are offered, whatever purifications are sought, this is a place where such things can happen, a space set apart from ordinary life, designed for encounter with something greater than the everyday. The Great Bath still stands at Mohenjo-daro, empty now, its water long evaporated, its bathers long departed. Visitors walk where priests may once have processed. The bitumen still clings to the walls, still waterproof after 4 millennia, ready to receive water that will never again be drawn from the city's wells. The sun still sets over the ruins, casting shadows that grow longer each evening until darkness claims the ancient streets. And in that darkness, something of the original meaning persists, a sense of sacred space, of deliberate design, of human intention shaped in brick and water and tar. We do not know what the Indus people believed, what gods they worshipped, what prayers they offered in this place, but we can stand where they stood, look at what they built, and sense across the centuries a reaching towards something beyond the ordinary. That reaching may be the most human thing of all, the silence in the ruins. To walk through Mohenjo-daro today is to experience something that resists easy description. The ruins sprawl across roughly 250 hectares of low mounds rising from the Pakistani plain, their brick structures exposed by nearly a century of archaeological excavation. The streets run straight, as they have for 4,000 years, their orientation still legible despite the erosion of time. The drains still trace their covered courses beneath the ancient pavements. The walls still stand to heights of 2 or 3 meters in places, their standardized bricks still displaying the 1, 2, 4 ratios that characterize the entire civilization. Everything is exactly as it should be, exactly as it was designed to be, and yet everything is empty. The silence of archaeological sites is different from ordinary silence. It is not merely the absence of sound, but the presence of absence, the felt awareness that these streets once rang with voices, these houses once sheltered families, these drains once carried the waste of a living city. 40,000 people may have lived here at the city's height, going about their daily business in ways we can only partially reconstruct. Merchants bargained in the marketplaces. Craftspeople shaped beads and metal tools in their workshops. Children played in the lanes while their parents worked. The Great Bath received its bathers. The granaries received their grain. The wells received their daily visits from people drawing water for drinking and cooking and cleaning. All of this is gone now, leaving only the bones of the city behind the brick structures, the fired clay, the artifacts that were not carried away or dissolved by time. There is a temptation, standing in such places, to romanticize what is lost. The past takes on a golden glow. The people become nobler, wiser, more harmonious than people actually are. But the truth is that Mohenjo-daro was a city like other cities, full of ordinary people living ordinary lives, dealing with ordinary problems, experiencing ordinary joys and sorrows. They worried about their children, quarrelled with their neighbours, struggled to make ends meet, celebrated festivals, mourned their dead. They were not mythic figures but human beings, with all the limitations and contradictions that humanity entails. What makes them remarkable is not that they were different from us, but that they were so clearly like us, building their cities, organising their societies, striving to create order in a chaotic world. Their success, while it lasted, was extraordinary. Their eventual failure, if we can call it that, was entirely human. The wind moves through the empty streets of Mohenjo-daro, as it has moved for 4,000 years since the last residents departed. It carries dust across the ancient pavements, whispers through the doorways of abandoned houses, stirs the air above the empty great bath. The bricks absorb the heat of the Pakistani sun during the day and release it slowly through the night, as they have done since they were first laid. Whatever prayers were offered here, whatever hopes were cherished, whatever fears were faced, all of this is gone, leaving only the structures that once contained them, and perhaps that is enough. The structures testify. They say that people lived here, that they built and planned and cared about how their city was organized. They say that human effort was invested here, human creativity expressed, human life lived. The silence is not emptiness. It is the echo of everything that once filled it, still resonating across the millennia, the memory that almost vanished. For 4,000 years, the Indus Valley Civilization existed outside of human memory. The cities fell silent, the people dispersed, and no one recorded what had been lost. The civilizations that followed the Vedic age, the kingdoms and empires that rose and fell across South Asia, seem to have had no clear knowledge of the urban societies that had preceded them. If the Indus people were remembered at all, it was in fragments and distortions, perhaps a dim recollection preserved in mythic geography, perhaps echoes in later cultural practices, perhaps nothing at all. This is one of the most remarkable aspects of the Indus Valley's story, the completeness of its forgetting. Egypt and Mesopotamia never vanished from memory. Even when their civilizations declined, their monuments remained visible, their texts were preserved in successor cultures, their names persisted in historical and religious traditions. The Greeks knew of the pharaohs, the Romans wrote about Babylon, but the Indus Valley Civilization seems to have been entirely forgotten, its cities buried beneath centuries of silt and soil, its people absorbed into later populations, its name, whatever it was, lost beyond recovery. Some scholars have proposed that fragments of Indus memory survive in the earliest Indian religious texts, the Vedas and their associated literature. The praise of the Sarasvati River in the Rig Veda, for instance, has been interpreted as a dim recollection of the Gagahakra system when it was still a mighty stream, before the climate changes that reduced it to a seasonal trickle. Certain divine figures, certain ritual practices, certain aspects of material culture have been proposed as continuities from the Indus Age into the Vedic. But these connections are speculative and contested. We cannot prove them, and they remain possibilities rather than certainties. The 4,000 years of silence ended, as we have seen, in the 1920s, when John Marshall announced the discovery of a forgotten age to the readers of the Illustrated London News. Since then, archaeologists have gradually reconstructed the outlines of what was lost: the cities, the trade networks, the standardized systems, the artistic achievements. But what we have recovered is only fragments, the bones of a civilization, not its living flesh. The names of the cities, the stories of the people, the prayers offered in the Great Bath, the meanings of the seals, all of this remains beyond our reach. The Indus Valley Civilization has been rediscovered, but it has not been recovered. The memory that almost vanished remains, in most of its substance, genuinely lost. Mini-documentary, The Sealmaker's Hand, a meditative interlude. Consider a single artifact, a steatite seal, now housed in a museum case thousands of miles from where it was made. The seal is small, perhaps 2.5 centimeters square, carved from the soft stone that craftspeople in the Indus Valley favoured for this purpose. On its face is an image, the characteristic unicorn that appears on so many Indus seals, depicted in profile, with its single horn projecting forward, and a strange object, perhaps a feeding trough, perhaps an incense burner positioned before its muzzle. Above the animal, a line of script, 5 or 6 symbols, carefully incised, their meanings forever unknown. Behind this seal stands a hand that held a carving tool 4,000 years ago. We do not know whose hand it was, man or woman, young or old, master craftsperson or apprentice learning the trade. But we can imagine the movements that produced this object, the selection of the stone, the initial shaping, the careful work of defining the animal's form, the precision required to carve the script symbols at such small scale. The work required skill developed over years of practice, an eye trained to see proportion and detail, a steady hand that would not slip at critical moments. The seal maker knew their craft intimately, had made hundreds of similar objects, understood the properties of steatite and the demands of miniature carving. The seal, once carved, entered circulation in the Indus world. Perhaps it identified its owner in commercial transactions. The impression left by pressing the seal into clay would have been as distinctive as a signature, certifying goods or sealing documents. Perhaps it served some religious or magical function. The animal images and script symbols may have carried meanings beyond the merely commercial. Perhaps it was both at once a practical tool with spiritual dimensions, a piece of everyday technology that also connected its owner to something larger than everyday concerns. In time, the seal was lost, dropped, perhaps, or buried with its owner, or simply set aside and forgotten as the patterns of life changed and the old systems broke down. It lay in the earth for millennia, waiting for the archaeologist's trowel to uncover it and the museum's glass case to display it. The hand that made it is long since dust. The person who owned it has left no other trace. The civilization that gave it meaning has dispersed into fragments and speculation. But the seal remains, as tangible and as mysterious as the day it was carved. When we look at such an object, we are looking at the work of human hands, not abstract or distant, but specific and real. Someone made this, someone held this, someone pressed it into clay and saw the image of the unicorn emerge in reverse, perfectly rendered, exactly as intended. The seal maker's skill was not lesser than our own. The technologies may have been different, but the human capacities were the same. Across the 4,000 years that separate us, across the silence that swallows most of what was thought and felt and believed, this small object speaks of craftsmanship, of purpose, of the irreducible reality of the human being who made it. We cannot read the script, we cannot name the maker, but we can recognize the work of a hand that held a tool and shaped a stone, and in that recognition, something of the Indus world becomes briefly, poignantly present. The legacy we cannot name. What the Indus Valley Civilization contributed to the cultures that followed it is, like so much else about this civilization, a matter of inference and speculation. The genetic continuity is clear. The populations of South Asia today carry ancestry from the people who lived in the Indus Valley 5,000 years ago. But genetic continuity is not cultural continuity, and the question of what traditions, beliefs, or practices may have persisted from the Indus Age into the Vedic and post-Vedic periods remains unresolved. Some scholars have pointed to possible continuities in religious iconography. The famous Proto-Shiva seal from Mohenjo-daro shows a seated figure surrounded by animals, in a posture that resembles later Hindu depictions of Shiva as Pashupati, lord of beasts. If this identification is correct, it would suggest that certain divine figures worshipped in the Indus Valley survived the civilizational transformation and emerged in new forms in the later Hindu tradition. But the identification is contested. The seal might represent something entirely different, something we cannot recognize because we lack the cultural context to interpret it. Without readable texts, we cannot know what the Indus people believed about their gods. Similar uncertainties surround other proposed continuities. The importance of bathing in later Hindu tradition might have roots in the Great Bath and the Indus, emphasis on water and sanitation, or it might be an independent development, reflecting universal human concerns rather than specific cultural inheritance. The binary weight system of the Indus Valley might have influenced later South Asian systems of measurement, or the similarities might be coincidental. The craft traditions of bead-making and metallurgy that appear in the late Harappan period might represent direct continuity from mature Harappan practices, or they might reflect independent reinventions of techniques that had been lost and rediscovered. The difficulty is that 4,000 years is a very long time, and cultural transmission across such spans is never straightforward. Traditions change as they are passed down, practices are adapted to new circumstances, meanings shift as contexts transform. Even if certain elements of Indus culture did persist into later periods, they would have been transformed beyond easy recognition. embedded in new frameworks of meaning, combined with elements from other sources. The Indus Valley Civilization left its mark on South Asian history, but that mark is diffuse, scattered, impossible to trace with certainty. We sense its presence without being able to name it, feel its influence without being able to measure it. The legacy is there, but like so much else about the Indus world, it remains a mystery. Mini documentary, The Last Generation, a meditative interlude. Imagine a family living in Mohenjo-daro around 1900 BCE, in the last generations of urban occupation. The city is not what it once was. The houses are more crowded now, subdivided into smaller units as the social fabric shifts. The covered drains, once meticulously maintained, are beginning to fill with debris. The municipal systems that kept them clear no longer function as they once did. Trade goods from distant lands are scarcer than in grandfather's time. The carnelian beads and copper tools that once filled the markets are now harder to come by. The river, they say, was broader and more reliable in the old days. The rain, they say, fell more often and in greater abundance. Everything seems to be slowly diminishing. The family faces choices. Should they stay in the city where their ancestors have lived for generations, hoping that conditions will improve? Should they move to one of the smaller settlements that are growing up along the eastern rivers, where water is said to be more reliable and opportunities more promising? The decision is not easy. To leave is to abandon everything familiar, the house, the neighbours, the patterns of daily life that have shaped them since childhood. To stay is to watch the city continue its slow decline, to wonder each year whether the rains will come, to raise children in a place that offers less than it once did. We do not know what this family decided, because we do not know that they existed. They are a construction, an imagined composite based on archaeological evidence and historical inference. But families like them did exist, facing choices like these, making decisions that would shape the course of South Asian history. Some stayed, and their descendants were among the last inhabitants of the great cities before abandonment became complete. Some left, joining the eastward drift of population that would eventually concentrate in the Ganges basin and its tributaries. Some, perhaps, found other solutions, moving to smaller local settlements, shifting from urban to pastoral lifestyles, adapting in ways we cannot trace. What is it like to live through the end of a civilization? For most people, it is probably not dramatic. There is no moment of sudden collapse, no obvious point of no return. There are only the accumulated choices of ordinary life. Where to live, how to earn a living, whom to trust, what to hope for. The great cities do not fall. They simply become less attractive, less viable, less worth the effort of maintaining. The people do not die. They simply go elsewhere, seeking better opportunities, following the water and the trade and the possibilities of a better life. The civilization does not end. It simply transforms, becoming something different, something simpler, something that no longer needs the great baths and the covered drains and the standardized bricks. And yet something is lost. The last generation to leave Mohenjo-daro, whoever they were, whenever they departed, were the last to know the city as a living place. After them, there were only ruins and silence, only the slow accumulation of earth over the abandoned streets, only the forgetting that would last for 4,000 years. They could not have known what they were leaving behind. They could not have known that their city would one day be named a World Heritage Site, that archaeologists would puzzle over its seals and script, that millions of people would learn about it in documentaries like this one. They knew only that the life they had known was no longer sustainable, and that it was time to seek something different. They made their choice, closed their doors for the last time, and walked away into history. The lessons that may not apply. The temptation to draw contemporary lessons from the Indus Valley collapse is strong. Here, after all, is a sophisticated civilization brought low by climate change and environmental stress, a story with obvious resonance for our own era of rising temperatures and shifting weather patterns. Here is a society that achieved remarkable coordination and standardization, then lost it, a cautionary tale perhaps, about the fragility of complex systems. Here is a people who chose simplification over complexity, rural dispersion over urban concentration, a possible model, some might argue, for sustainable futures. But we should be cautious about such lessons. The Indus Valley Civilization existed in conditions radically different from our own. Its economy was agricultural rather than industrial. Its technologies were Bronze Age rather than digital. Its population numbered in the millions rather than the billions. The climate changes it faced were natural fluctuations in monsoon patterns, not anthropogenic warming driven by greenhouse gas emissions. The choices available to the Indus people: migration across open landscapes, dispersion into smaller settlements, adaptation to pastoral or village lifestyles, are not necessarily available to us in a world of nation-states, private property, and global economic integration. Moreover, the Indus evidence is incomplete, and our interpretations are provisional. We think climate change played a role in the civilization's decline, but we cannot be certain of the precise mechanisms. We think the transformation was gradual rather than sudden, but our chronologies are imprecise. We think the people adapted rather than perished, but we cannot trace individual lives or communities across the transition. To draw confident lessons from evidence so fragmentary is to risk projecting our own concerns onto a past that we only partially understand. What the Indus Valley can offer us, perhaps, is not lessons but questions. How do complex societies respond to environmental stress? What holds civilizations together, and what causes them to fragment? What is lost when complexity declines, and what is gained? Is collapse always a tragedy, or can it sometimes be a liberation? These are questions worth asking, questions that the Indus evidence invites us to consider without pretending to answer definitively. The ancient world was different from our own, but it was not entirely different. The people who lived in Mohenjo-daro and Harappa faced challenges that at some level are recognizably human. Their responses may not be our models, but they can be our companions, other human beings who grappled with uncertainty and change, who made choices and lived with their consequences, who left behind a silence that still resonates across the centuries. The enduring question: why does the Indus Valley Civilization haunt us? There are older civilizations that have been more thoroughly studied, more dramatic collapses that have captured more attention, more complete records that allow for richer historical reconstruction. And yet the Indus retains a peculiar grip on the imagination, a quality of mystery that refuses to dissolve even as archaeological knowledge accumulates. Perhaps this is precisely because so much remains unknown. The unreadable script, the absent kings, the quiet departure from the great cities, all of this creates a space for projection, for wonder, for the kind of speculation that more thoroughly documented civilizations do not invite. But perhaps there is something more specific about the Indus mystery that speaks to our contemporary moment. We live in an age of complexity, of global supply chains and digital networks, of standardized systems and coordinated infrastructure, of cities that grow ever larger and technologies that grow ever more intricate. We assume, most of the time, that complexity is progress, that more elaborate systems are better systems, that the direction of history is toward greater integration and greater sophistication. The Indus Valley Civilization challenges this assumption. Here was a people who achieved remarkable complexity, and then, for reasons we cannot fully understand, moved in the opposite direction. The great cities emptied, the standardized systems fragmented, the trade networks contracted. The bricks were no longer made to specification. Complexity, it seems, is not inevitable. Simplification is also possible. Whether the Indus transformation was a tragedy or merely a change, whether something precious was lost or merely something different emerged, is not a question archaeology can answer. The people who lived through it may not have experienced it as collapse. They may have experienced it as adaptation, as relocation, as the normal process of life adjusting to changing circumstances. Only from the perspective of millennia, only with the knowledge that the great cities were not rebuilt and the standardized systems were not restored, can we speak of decline or collapse. And even then, the words may tell us more about our own values than about the experience of the Indus people themselves. The Indus Valley Civilization challenges us to consider what we value and why. Do we value complexity for its own sake, or for what it provides? Do we value grandeur, or comfort, coordination, or freedom? The great baths and the covered drains, or the simpler lives that followed when they were abandoned? There are no right answers to these questions, only different answers, chosen by different people in different circumstances. The Indus people made their choices. We will make ours. And 4,000 years from now, if anyone is still asking questions about the past, they may puzzle over our choices as we puzzle over theirs, wondering what we valued, why we lived as we did, and what happened when our own long afternoon began to fade, closing. And so we come to the end of our journey through the quiet collapse of the Indus Valley Civilization, or rather to the acknowledgement that such journeys never truly end. The seals remain undeciphered. The script remains unread. The questions multiply as fast as the answers. And the silence that settled over Mohenjo-daro 4,000 years ago continues to resonate through the ruins and the scholarship and the late-night documentaries that try, imperfectly, to give voice to what was lost. What we know is this, that somewhere between the mountains of Afghanistan and the coasts of Gujarat, in a landscape shaped by rivers that no longer flow as they once did, a civilization arose and flourished and eventually transformed into something else. The people who built it achieved remarkable things: urban planning of extraordinary sophistication, standardization of remarkable consistency, craft traditions of remarkable beauty. They traded with distant lands, developed systems of writing we cannot read, created public spaces for purposes we cannot name. And then, slowly, quietly, over the course of centuries they dispersed. The great cities emptied, the standards lapsed, the trade networks contracted. The complexity that had defined the mature Harappan period gave way to simpler patterns of life in smaller settlements. Whether this was collapse or transformation, failure or adaptation, tragedy or merely change, these are questions we cannot answer with certainty. But perhaps the uncertainty is itself a kind of gift. In our age of information overload, when answers to almost any question are available at the tap of a screen, there is something restful about a mystery that refuses to resolve. The Indus Valley Civilization keeps its secrets. The seals display their symbols to anyone who cares to look, but they do not explain themselves. The great bath stands empty under the Pakistani sun, waiting for bathers who will never return. The streets of Mohenjo-daro run straight and silent, their drains still aligned after 4 millennia, their builders long since gone to whatever awaited them. We can walk those streets, handle those artifacts, wonder at that achievement, but we cannot fully understand it, and perhaps that is all right. Let the mystery be a kind of permission to not know, to sit with uncertainty, to accept that some questions do not have answers. The Indus people lived their lives without explaining themselves to us, and we can honour their silence by accepting it rather than forcing it to speak. Whatever they believed, whatever they hoped, whatever they feared, these are things beyond our reach. We can know that they were human, that they built and loved and struggled and eventually departed. That is enough. That has to be enough. And now, as this long exploration draws to a close, let the rhythm of ancient mysteries carry you toward rest. The rivers that made the Indus civilization possible have moved on, finding new courses or drying to seasonal trickles. The monsoons that once fell reliably now fall differently, in patterns the Indus people could not have predicted. The cities they built have become ruins, and the ruins have become a source of wonder for people they never imagined. Time passes, civilizations rise and fall and transform. The bricks remain, standardized and patient, waiting for whatever comes next. Sleep now, if sleep is what you came for. Let the quiet collapse of the Indus Valley be a kind of lullaby, a reminder that all things change, and that change is not always catastrophe. The people who walked the streets of Mohenjo-daro are gone, but people still walk, still build, still wonder at the mysteries they cannot solve. The seals keep their secrets, but they do so gently, without malice, waiting for understanding that may or may not come. The great bath stands empty, but its emptiness is peaceful, filled with the light of 4,000 dawns and dusks, holding the memory of waters that once reflected the faces of the living. The mystery endures. The silence speaks, and the sleep that eventually claims all cities, the sleep of transformation, of dispersal, of the long, slow fade into something else awaits us all. Good night. Sleep well, and let the ancient rivers carry you gently into dreams.